sounds good out there. Sound like you're out there a ways. Roger, we're standing by.
Get to these fucking idiots.
Yeah, mind the front with them earlier. Have a good day, bud.
If you do that, we ain't seen nothing watching going that way.
Have a good day. Come out of El Reno if you're going that way. That's good. Yeah, I was going to say probably all the way through Norman. I just hold 1, 2. Copy that. Yeah, there's a lot of on-ramps and stuff going through more Norman. That is true. Copy that. Coming up, being an idiot. Yeah, you're good after that.
Got over center up 1 and 2.
Oh, maybe it was that goddamn pickup beside you. Hell,
Breaker, breaker. Roger, you sound clear. So are you real or Memorex? Roger. Well, I hope we sound half good. Well, I see a picture from the dark side of the moon. You know there's a Waffle House up there already. There's spaceships parking in the parking lot, though. Roger, sure you can tell that I kind of understand that, but anyway, yeah, they got flying saucers parked in the parking lot.
Well, I'm back home now.
Space plumber.
I'm home.
Back up there this morning, man, shit went south on me for a while, and look, they got me straightened out a little bit. Now we're back home.
No doubt.
Well, Wayland and Snake, I appreciate like hell, man, checking around on me, man. Not many people out here did. I never heard out of nobody else.
I guess next time they'll take that tour.
Hell, most everybody I speak to out here got my number. Everybody.
Well, I one time called you and you acted insulted like some scammers calling you.
Oh, at first when I don't know numbers, I kind of scratchy, but I'm all right though, Scorpio, man. It's all good.
Roger that. Well, get you out there, Snowman.
No doubt about it. I appreciate the good words, man.
Bad news, yep.
Well, man, take care of that shit, man. Hell, fuck, man, I ended up having COVID and pneumonia and all of it. Things don't smell right, don't taste right. I even tried to taste a little bit of a joint last night, and that weed tasted funny, so I put it down.
Time they take off, they'll bust that torque brake.
No, everything's different, man. Everything smells different. That COVID shit will do it to you. It'll make everything taste different and smell different. I'm finding out firsthand.
Hey, I'm standing by.
Back on up, driver.
What are you talking about? Cable jammed up in? Oh. Oh, DJs or your missus? Then how much to ship it? Did it still come out the same as Amazon or a lot cheaper? One was 70 at the site you found, and Amazon 60. Hell, it'd probably still come out cheaper Amazon because Rock Auto still charges you for shipping. Oh, okay, I follow you now. I see where we're at. Right? Shit, I'd been laid around them hospitals and crap all since Friday night. Fuck, my hounds were happy to see me. That big male, I hooked him up this morning. His eyes got big as coffee cups. His nose was all in my face. I was scrubbing his chin. He was saying, "Hello, Daddy, I'm glad to see you." Because they were only getting to be out 30 minutes at a time, then put back up. So now they get to stay outside all day. You can't with them. Because at night when the critters go to running around outside, and if they can get out that fucking back door and him, you can't. You got to hook him up on a tether. Because if something goes over a fence, that big motherfucker will go over it after him, and he'll keep going. So that can't be done there. Until I get the rest of all this 6-foot shit finished on both sides, where he can't go over that 4-foot, I can't do that.
You believe in this bullshit? I like it when they're crash with the order. Stupid shit. And the distance are very close.
Good morning, everybody. Morning, morning. Yeah, good morning. Morning, Gunslinger, everybody else. Yep, gonna be a nice day today.
No doubt about it.
Hell yeah. Right. I'll be back around here in a little bit. I'm going to kind of try to relax a little bit over here, but let everybody know I'm here and home now. I can still tell that COVID crap, and like I said, everything tastes funny, coffee tastes funny, the air smells different, and shit usually takes about a week and that all changes, but I'll get better over it.
We're ready back here, Duke. I guess we know now on the dark side of the moon there's actually a Waffle House with flying saucers parked in the parking lot. I think the astronauts were supposed to have taken a picture of it. No doubt about it, George Jetson.
No, he has to be 900 years old by now.
Roger, well, I think they sent back legitimate pictures that they took up there. And yes, the moon's bigger up there, isn't it? And the Earth's smaller and all that. Well, it's not rocket science to figure out if they've been talking about it. They've gone out there and I guess they swung around behind the moon. They were out of contact for a while, out of radio contact, coming back around. But still, they're a lot closer to the moon than they are to the Earth. So anyway. they were going around the moon there, they took pictures of the crescent Earth, and of course with the moon a lot bigger in the picture than the Earth. That makes sense. They were close to the moon. Any smaller than the moon looks. In fact, it might look just a hair bigger because
Damn, he ain't understanding what you're trying to say.
Might have been some kind of bullshit that somebody put together. But anyway, most of the pictures are authentic. And there's bullshit out there, no doubt. Just like that joke, like I was giving you credit for knowing it, about the picture of the Waffle House on the backside of the moon, with the flying saucers parked in the parking lot. Isn't that funny? And anybody with any sense knows that's a joke. But anyway, I didn't tell you that. I was giving you credit, but you had to tell me it was a joke. Like I didn't know that. But that's par for the course. You said it was a joke. Yes, I knew it was a joke. I just thought I'd share it with you. I take seriously the mission. That's no joke. But then, yes, there's a lot of fake news out there. We all know that. And there's all kinds out there, broadcasting their crap. And so it becomes somewhat challenging to separate authentic images and information from bullshit, when in some cases they've worked to make it seem credible, almost believable. Roger, but anyway, I know we went around the moon again, and we're going to land there again, like I think they're saying in 2028. But I sure hope and pray the astronauts make it home safely. I think they will. They've talked about that again, and yes, the radiation they were exposed to was more than being in low Earth orbit. But once again, the spaceship itself, that metal skin it's got, to quite an extent detected them, and they weren't, they're not going to be up there long enough I don't think for it to have any long-term effects on them. But it's a factor. They had the first female to go around the moon and the first black guy. So yeah, set some records. I mean, just recently. Well, that's fine. That's freedom of speech. If you want to call it bullshit, that's completely okay with me. Land of the free, home of the brave. Roger. Okay, but anyway, we just recently set records as first female around the moon. We go swing around behind the moon, and I think that first black astronaut as well. So anyway. I think they've got an extension arm thing out there they use part of the time, but anyway.
Cameras are mounted on the solar panels.
knew the astronauts would climb down when they stepped down on the moon. So anyway. But there's always people are going to doubt what's going on. It's all good. Well, I'm happy for you that you enjoy, tearing down all of that. That's fine. I mean, if it works for you, man. Roger. That reminds me, I believe Buzz Aldrin's still above ground. I need to blast out there and try to interview him if he would allow it. I don't know if he would or not, but, he's not going to live forever, I don't guess. Maybe he would agree to meet me at a Waffle House out there where he's at. We can shoot the shit, and drink coffee or whatever. I could have a camera and sound set up for all of it. Roger. And more recently, as you know, I think there's some media out there, media outlet leaked information about one of our crew members stranded in Iran, and caused him to be in greater jeopardy and all rescue operators. And I think now they're seeking to find out who that was. Certain person deep inside the valve of that media organization. I think they already know they're in deep shit.
Yeah, gunslinger, did you get that? That's the picture of what they really saw on the dark side of the moon. Yeah, I got it. Good, yeah. Good picture, huh? Oh, it was? Yeah.
I know one thing, I'm parking up there. I'm not going to get too close to them flying saucers.
No problem. Take him now. It's a rough morning, 102. Gunslinger, what'd you say? I said, yeah, I got a business call, a rough morning. Hey, 10-4.
Roger.
It's because they're used to blowing.
out there.
Scorpio.
Yeah, nobody?
Now it's 102. Hey, did you hear that crap the Indians are trying to pull?
I guess not 102. What's going on?
Yeah, the Indians don't want to pay income tax anymore.
Roger. Well, I disagree with that. They need to dig down their pocket and pay the tax. They make a lot of money off the casinos, don't they?
Well, that's over there for you. What the hell makes them think they're so damn special anyway?
Well, now, I would disagree about people before that. From what I understand, the Orientals basically came over here 12, 13,000 years ago. They went across the Bering Land Bridge that was there then, and they kind of like, evolved into, Indians all up and down the coast, I mean, North to South America. I would concede that maybe some Polynesians also sailed over and populated present-day South America. Roger, okay. But I thought their DNA was nailed down that they are of Oriental, ancestry. But it's, like most people can tell, they look kind of like Orientals. I think they've all got long, dark hair, and they don't look unlike them. They just look like they've evolved, over the course of 12,000 years.
Why don't you see homos write each other a letter?
Well, you don't want to learn about history? I guess some of these guys never took history in school or took school, come on. That's a rugged. Hey, Scorpio, I heard the dumbest damn thing this morning, man.
What was that, 102?
They're contributing Alzheimer's to picking your nose too much. That's the truth. That's exactly what it says. If you pick your nose, you're going to get Alzheimer's.
Mercy. Well, that would seem to suggest a lot of youngsters would get that too.
Yeah, they say that they got that information by watching mice. And I've never seen a mouse pick his nose before.
Well, you know how it is. There's all kinds of bullshit out there nowadays.
Yeah. So you pick your nose, push everything towards your brain. They said it's because of bacteria on your finger. It goes into your brain faster. I think they're just looking for more funding.
I've also heard that in the modern age, when people go swimming, sometimes they'll pick up some kind of bacteria that sometimes infects their brain. It's not good. I think they're making progress, but anyway. Roger, well, I mean, most people would agree that, our medical technology is way ahead of where it used to be. I'm not saying it's perfect, it's got a ways to go, but anyway. Okay, whatever you say. But, the medical establishment, like in America, I know that it costs a lot, and obviously they're very greedy, so. But anyway, I guess it's complicated. We got all kinds out there. You've got some villains, but a lot of good guys. I'd like to think mostly good guys, but go ahead, 39. Oh yeah, I got my device timed. I'm reading that text. Yeah, that's a good question, so yeah, it makes you wonder. But I'm thinking that Adam and Eve were black, but maybe that's not quite right. I don't know, but from what I understand from research, that the human race came from Africa, and we were all black when we escaped from that continent. But some of us escaped a lot sooner than others. The ones went up to Europe, and so spent thousands of years up there. They adapted to that environment, and so they physically changed their appearance, and everything to better survive the cold weather. So anyway, that's what I read. That the one reason for the change in skin color, like in Africa, I guess that black skin color protects you better from the sun. Roger, I'll check that out. But referring back to more modern research and with DNA and all that. Roger. Yeah, wasn't that where some biblical figures took a little trip, on a spaceship and stayed somewhere else a long time, then came back to Earth or something? Roger, yeah, and some of the stories in that Bible, I think, deal with what I was talking about, and they didn't want that in the King James Version. But I believe that, the human race, we were black to begin with, and then, like I say, some of us left Africa earlier than others, and so that's the reason in different skin colors nowadays. I'll check out a documentary about the Ethiopian Bible put together by Mel Gibson, I think you said. Roger, I understand that's what you're saying. The Ethiopian Bible is the original Bible. All right, and so Mel Gibson is putting together a documentary about that. He's done a lot of research, and so it sounds like something that's worth watching. Roger. I guess more people probably have died from religious wars and motivated, violence. Roger that.
Quite honestly, religion's nothing more than a control mechanism.
I respect people's right to worship whatever they want to worship, and as long as they don't try to cram it down my throat. Well, a concrete cowboy was out there earlier on his way to Shawnee, and I tried to talk to him over there. I can't quite communicate with him over there. He says he hears me over there. Maybe on his way back he'll holler at us. I hope everybody's having a great Taco Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
So Good morning, 102 and 244 out there.
Morning, morning. Oh, they say China's helping Iran, by the way.
China's helping Iran. Roger, I know you're right. Yeah, I've read something about that, how they're sending them, no telling what they're sending them. Among other things, some pretty high-tech missiles. Russia and China, I think, helping out with all kinds of satellite data, and so the Iran probably knows exactly where all of our resources are over there, and then some. Yeah, I wish that China would stay out of this, but I guess they get a lot of their petroleum from Iran, and they're worried, but screw them. Well, now, 47 years ago, when the religious zealots grabbed control of Iran, and they've pretty much since then they've been supplying arms to various terrorist groups who are trying to exterminate Israel. I don't blame them for wanting to defend themselves, especially after, like 6 million of them were slaughtered in World War II. So they sure don't want that to happen again. Well, all through history, I guess that's how so many people have regarded the Jews. What year did they shoot the first missile? Now, well, for 47 years, just about that long, I think Iran, once again, has been supplying arms to various terrorist organizations opposed to Israel. Well, we did install that Saddam asshole over there in power once, but I don't think we've armed a bunch of these terrorist ragtag armies over there. Iran's done that, and maybe Russia and China. I did mention that we installed Saddam. We created Saddam over there, and we set him up with arms. That's right. And then he got out of control, and of course had to take him out. And I'm sure Israel was very much, against him as well. And I think Saudi Arabia, they didn't have a use for him. I know Kuwait had no use for him, for sure, for obvious reasons. People have been worried for 40 plus years that they're about about to develop nukes, but in more recent history, we've been concerned. I think they've reached that point. In fact, they might actually have developed a nuke or two over there out of that enriched uranium they've got, since they understood, how to make a nuclear bomb once they had the material. That was the whole problem. Painstakingly creating that enriched uranium, and so I guess, looking back, they probably are thinking they should have done it faster. But anyway, maybe we'll recover all that enriched uranium so that they can't use it later against us, and hopefully if they put together some kind of dirty bomb or whatever, we can recover that too and completely destroy all their labs hidden underneath the mountains over there.
Morning, Bubba.
Well, there's been concern for a number of years about that, because the world has been aware for some time that Iran has been developing nukes. They've been, creating that enriched uranium to develop nukes. We had various brain-dead politicians that really didn't do much about it, and they should have earlier. But anyway, at least something's been done, or it's being done now. I think one difference is their religion, which preaches the destruction of the infidel, and that's us, and I guess Israel and others. So as soon as they have nukes, I'm afraid that's what they'd be using them for. And I'm thinking other nuclear powers out there are not on that same mission. I think they're mostly just trying to stay safe, and with that, you've heard the acronym MAD, which stands for Mutual Assured Destruction. I think that's mostly what they're about, but not Iran. Roger that. Well, I realize there's so much I don't know about what's going on over there, but I think I have at least some inkling of what's going on, and I hope things settle back down, but I don't know. It may completely explode into Armageddon. I hope not. Roger that. Well, he knows their language, doesn't he? And that's the only language they understand, is to blow shit up. And so I think they have a good feeling if they don't negotiate in good faith and stop trying to block the Strait of Hormuz, that yes, our Commander-in-Chief will rain mass destruction back down upon them far worse than before.
Scorpio.
Yeah, 102.
Hey, they just closed down Tinker Air Force Base and several other bases around the country. Shit's fixing to hit the fan.
Well, yeah, it sure sounds like it. I hope and pray it's not going to be really bad.
Hell yeah, it's going to get worse. We're going to fix the fan on the shit.
They probably don't quite have the capability to do that now. I mean, to shoot something over the pond, but yeah, they're going to be shooting drones at us pretty soon from the coast. Yeah, no doubt about it. But I think we got most of the technology in place to shoot down all them drones like they're nothing, but still it's worrisome. Well, I mean, there's various channels. I mean, I'm not talking about anything real quick, but I'm thinking their drones will fall into certain hands over here, which, you know, they'll launch them off the coast at America, and, you know, drone swarms, and, you know, some of them will surely hit targets.
Well, from what I can tell, I think the United States is actually more worried about domestic terrorism right now.
Roger. Yeah, we got plenty of that going on. That's probably the worst problem to worry about. But anyway, I hope everything works out. I'm alarmed to hear you say they've closed down a lot of bases. So anyway, that sounds bad. Roger. And of course, they're not completely disarmed over there in Iran. They've got those man pads, shoulder-fired missiles, and heat-seeking, and other nasty little surprises for us over there. Roger. Yeah. Well, they got some pretty mean spitballs, if you will.
Not to mention the sleeper cells.
Roger. Yeah. I mean, we've hammered them down considerably, but they're not completely dead yet, are they?
I'm not worried about Iran. I'm worried about the people in this country.
Roger. Well, Iran, I'm sure they've got plenty of sleeper cells waking up over here, and various other, you know, homegrown terrorists and guys like that.
Yeah, there's definitely an abundance of sleeper cells in this country right now.
Roger that, yeah. And it reminds me, as a rule, I'm going to try to stay away from crowded places. That might be one thing that would help.
Well, that's right. Honestly, I think they should have done it to begin with when Bush did it. When they were over there, they should have done it instead of just letting it go. Wouldn't have the problems we're having today if they had done it right the first time. Yeah, you go all the way back to Hillary Clinton. We get rid of this motherfuckers. They don't own me, they don't control me.
Yeah, like fucking Pakistan. A lot of arms manufacturers have done that.
Why would you want to give our enemies our weapons to begin with? It's fucked up. Pakistan's another one, that's for sure.
Back in World War II, maybe before that, we provided Japan with scrap metal. That's right. They made that into bullets and shot it back at us. Yep, come get started. Just like that curse, Chinese curse, it says, may you live in interesting times.
War, so while we fucking around with Iran, we ought to be just kick their fucking ass and be done with it and call it a day, but now we're fucking with them.
Don't quit your day job.
Hell yeah, America should back out, let them fight it out, and whoever survives, we walk in and take it over, be done with it. We paid enough to own that country over there. Walmart needs a new parking lot anyway. Hell, we paid enough money to own that country over there, and we're still paying to own that country. With taxpayers' money.
You cannot stand in the way of progress.
That ain't no lie.
Everybody likes to make up two sets of rules. One set of rules for themselves and another set for everybody else.
Hell, we got the president, the mayor, the police, the fire department telling us what the fuck to do, like we're fucking kids. And they can't even control their own lives, so they need to get the fuck out of our lives and go back to doing what they're doing. Serve it and control. Protect. All I can say is we let the mayor, the city police, and the government get out of hand, and we're not standing up, so we get what we get. You can call it progress or what, but yeah, we don't fight for what we want, we ain't gonna get it, and that's just the way it is. We're not fighting for what we want and what we deserve, so we're getting what we get. Higher food and all that shit. Because we're not fighting for it. All Americans stand up, start shoving these fucking foreigners out of here, forcing them out, yeah, something get done. Oh, we don't want a war, but yeah, well, you should get one inside in the United States anyway. Like my dad said, there's always going to be wars to get rid of people. Pretty soon there's going to be a lot of people on here that has no way to get rid of them. We're going to live longer. They're going to find some way to get rid of us. And my dad is right. They are finding some way to get rid of most of us.
There I was, surrounded by alligators and whooping cranes. Nothing but a loincloth and a penknife.
They're having a big tournament down on our base. There's a lot of people deciding to go fishing today.
And these fuckers going to panic because they will not know what to do.
Channel 19 secure.
Well, it's still secure unless we got these goddamn foreigners out of the United States. That's when it's secure.
Hope and pray all this bullshit settles down. There's probably some people out there doing their duck and cover drills. No doubt about it.
Well, it ought to be an interesting night over in Iran. I still think government in America ain't gonna get all these foreigners out of the United States, and we have to stand up, arm ourselves, and push them out.
But we'll be fine after Mother Nature does a hardware reset.
Then it'll be too late.
And then in the blink of an eye in geologic time, the Earth will be pristine.
I saw something this morning about AI. They invented a chip that is it can take heat up to 1400 degrees and rewrite its own program.
Roger that.
That sounds like Terminator to me. I'm sorry, but I know it's a movie and all, but it just sounds too much like the movie.
Oh yeah, it does. I mean, you know, I've fairly regularly chat with ChatGPT, and that shit's spooky. That's just a free version, Roger, and which I don't think they're going to make it free much longer. I think they're phasing that out. No doubt. Roger. It's spooky shit. Roger, exactly.
Maybe one or two little missiles.
And of course, that's why we got the damn drone swarms. All that shit's, you know, got the computer brain directing it.
Wait until it becomes self-aware, then we're really in trouble.
We got a line bag out there.
Yeah, it don't make sense. They got 40 channels, they want to cry on this one.
You're out of luck there, buddy. I'm fish out of crying cows and crying buckets.
See, we don't give a shit if you're crying and whining. You see that, we don't care. See, you motherfuckers don't care what's going on in the United States. Oh, it is what it is. I'm a truck driver. I'm a badass. I don't give a fuck about the United States. I just give a shit about myself. That's the reason why we're in the fucking mess we are, because the United States won't fucking stand up.
Motherfucker.
What a pussy crying motherfucker. Yeah, it's funny. He's calling us a pussy and he's the one crying like a bitch. Yep. Miles, get ready. If you only got a few shells, you better go out there and buy you a box or two, because you're going to need them.
So I seen Jets there a long time ago, something to this effect. Over here there's like an AR-15 behind every blade of grass, probably several.
Well, it's not only that, you got 30-30s, 30-06s, 306, you know, whatever you got there, you got a bunch of them.
No doubt about it, yeah. Even knives and crossbows.
You got bows, you got crossbows, hell, you got pistols, you got 44s, you got 308s, you got 9mm, 45s. Fuck it, they're all out here, come on.
You got rocks out there that, you know, if nothing else works, use them for a weapon. Remember, it worked for the caveman.
Well, you forgot the 357 Magnum.
No doubt about it. You know, all the specialized calibers.
Hell, I can keep with a tree branch, come on.
No, forget baseball bats.
Hey, you take a tree limb and make a spear out of it and stab you with that stick, come on.
No doubt. I mean, the Homo sapien beast should not be underestimated.
Hell, I can take a tree and make a knife out of it and keep with that tree knife, come on.
Just about anything can be made into a weapon, and probably will be.
Empty, bro. Hitting it hard there.
Yes, the invaders over here in America will figure out about behind them blades of grass. They'll get the ugly truth about that. If there's anybody left alive to pull a trigger, I mean, you know, radiation and all that. Chemical warfare, don't forget that.
Well, see, that's what don't make sense to me. This whole world up here, this whole goddamn planet, in one country you're going to use chemicals, you know, to kill another one. It looks like everybody will stand up and say, hell no, you do that, we all attack your ass, you know what I'm saying? So they could be next.
I'm sorry.
Hell, they could be next getting bombed by chemicals, so why don't they stand up and say, hell no, you're not going to do that because we're not going to let you, because we could be next.
Roger that. Yeah, it's no telling what's going to happen next. I hope and pray it doesn't get too crazy. We'll find out.
Well, you take China, Japan, whoever else getting involved, you know it's going to get worse. So you know it's going to get worse because they're already involved. Yeah, it's going to get a whole lot worse.
Roger, well, I mean, you know, the big nuclear players are, and of course, which includes the U.S., and we got some horrendous weapons, and a lot of stuff we got and they got is not even known to most people.
Well, you take like Russia, if they're over helping them, you know it's going to get worse.
Well, I think Russia's conventional army is turning to shit, but they've still got, I think, more nukes than anybody else on the planet over there, and the U.S. is a close second.
And see, this world don't need that. If we can't do with bombs and bullets, then we don't need to be fighting. Come on. We need to be surviving.
Well, I mean, I'm afraid something really shitty is going to happen and probably wipe out most of the population of the planet.
Well, I'm telling you, you might as well get ready because a lot of shit's going to happen and it's going to get a whole lot worse. So you better might as well be prepared, I'm telling you.
Well, most people know that something real bad is about to happen, but anyway, I don't quite know precisely what to do about it. I mean, part of me says cut her up for the wilderness, but there may not be any wilderness to go to exactly.
Nowhere is safe, really.
All right, say, just get your
idea what's coming. Because what's coming?
That mutual assured destruction keeps on working. So far it has, but we'll find out. My main worry would be the small nuclear powers like that fucking rocket man over there. He's got, I think, about 50 nukes. And then Pakistan, they've got nukes. I'm not sure how many. Of course, Israel's got nukes. I have to refresh my memory on who all's got nukes. But as far as I understand, Iran does not have nukes, and I don't want them to have nukes because they're crazy.
It's only a matter of time before one of those countries calls our bluff.
Well, I'm afraid I have to agree, but I hope a lot of time, not little.
Well, it's coming down to it's just to come down to a real battle here pretty shortly. So you might as well get ready and be prepared because we're going to be in a battle here for long.
Roger. Well, it's the whole question is how do you really prepare for something that bad? I mean, it's just going to be awful. And that fucking, maniac in North Korea may very well be the one to hit the nuke button first. I don't know. I don't think Israel would do it. They got nukes. I don't think they'll hit the nuke button, but I hope and pray nobody does.
Bring up slower. It's going to get a whole lot worse in the next 5 years, I'll tell you.
No doubt. Maybe that damn AI, in some ways, might be good, and it could be advising a person about what specific precautions to take that they might not have thought about already.
Look, you can't do a good search. The IA fucks it up. You got to be almost down to the side, so it shows you it's already fucking up.
Anyway, like we've reached a critical mass, if you will. We've got, I think, 8 billion people on the planet. That's too many. And so something's going to happen to reset that back down to not a whole lot of people.
Well, there goes Gary's welfare check.
No doubt.
I don't know why people go in prison for murder when, our leaders, they kill people and they don't go to jail for murder. Look at Hillary Clinton. Hell, you want people dead, don't charge them for murder.
They'll figure it out all the way.
But time will tell all.
Maybe some supreme power will emerge from somewhere to put a stop to all this shit, but who knows?
come back like the Fantastic Four. Come on.
All right. You ready to go?
Yeah, like the Terminator movies were sort of like prophecy.
Well, I know one thing. I will not walk in big crowds. I'll stay the fuck out of them now. Well, I don't know. Especially I don't go anywhere anymore because I don't trust nobody. Check them out.
I'll check them out when we get down there.
I go where I have to go, and that's about it.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Ray 19, radio check.
You're working radio check.
Good morning, 610 if you're out there.
Pork chop, you got a copy?
Hey, pork chop, your coax is ringing.
What is that stuff?
Channel 19 secure. And it's another wonderful day in paradise. Well, the radio's working out there, radio checker. 747 said that. Radio getting out around DX land, 747 standing by. I think I hear some DX out there, I'm not sure where.
Hey, we're tacked out to the road.
Turn right, the northeast corner.
Roger, West Virginia, good morning. 747 around Tornado Alley, Oklahoma City with a wave. Roger, 757 around Virginia, keep up the good work, no doubt. 747 standing by.
Look at Mike over there, Jerry.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Snowman.
Hello. I'm doing better. It was enough for them to let me come home.
I'm glad to hear that.
No doubt. I've been this sick in fucking over 20 fucking years. But this time it was no pneumonia and COVID at the same time.
That sucks.
From Friday up to Monday evening in the hospital. I got out and then I had an episode early this morning where shit wasn't going right. Fucking my oxygen level was getting low. Heart rate was up. I couldn't get my breathing treatment in me. The ambulance had to come get me, took me up there, and they got me stable. Fired it out, got that took care of, and shit, they said, well, we'll send you home now. You're okay. It just seemed like everybody has that respiratory distress about that time of the night.
Right on, that's not good. I was worried when I heard about it.
Yeah, I hear you.
We've been friends too long, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I know. Hell, it's even like the minister over there. Shit, we got lives and still got history. She checked on me when that son of mine hadn't even fucking gave a flinch.
Roger for it. Yeah, well, like I said, when she told me I was concerned, you know what I mean? We've been friends too long.
Oh yeah, we all got history.
Right on. Well, you need to rest and relax.
That's what I'm doing. I'm sitting there on my ass, trying to do as little as possible, enjoying being home. It's just like I just keep looking around, taking in everything here.
Just rest, friend. Just do a lot of resting and take it easy. Don't try to get out and do anything that you don't need to do and all that.
Yeah, I'm watching my P's and Q's.
Alright, man, I'm going to get off here and let you rest. I'm fixing to tear down this damn base antenna and put an extension standoff on it so I can put up my HF antenna.
Roger, dude. Alright, have yourself a good night there. We'll catch you later.
Hello.
you need an antenna bracket, I got coax, I got used radios. I also do peak tune on Cobras and Unitons. I got new microphones and stuff for sale. I can either meet you at the 338 or you can pull off at the 350. Exit 350, I can meet you there. 41 CB shop, be standing by with channel 21. 21 for the 41 CB shop.
Audio check, 1, 2, hello, come in.
Good morning, 610, get out there.
Hey, Scorpio, you still out there?
Oh yeah, 102.
Hey, what's this radio doing over there on your S meter? Can you help me out with that?
Roger, yeah, key up again and modulate, I'll look at it closer.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Roger. But you key in the red, like maybe 12 dB, and you're swinging forward much, but it's plenty strong, and your audio sounds pretty good.
All right, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Careful, you'll be welding.
102 waving ahead. You have a good day.
Parker out there, 19. How about that double D, Frank? How about that double D? That double D? How about that double D? You reading the mail?
Another day, another breadcrumbing motherfucker on Facebook.
So, Snowman, how do you feel this morning, okay?
Well, I had another trip to the ER about 3 o'clock this morning. I woke up and I felt like I wasn't breathing right. Checked the oxygen level and I was about an 86. So I'm like, what the fuck? And then I went to try to do my breathing machine deal. Then I tried to wake the missus up and I couldn't get her awake. So then I kind of went in panic mode. I was worried about her too. Fucking ended back up there and after about an hour or two, a couple hours, doing little things, they trying to send me home. I'm doing a lot better now, so here I am.
Yeah, 10-4, well, I'm glad you're alright, man, but yeah, it's going to be touch and go for a while.
Yeah, this COVID shit and pneumonia both at the same time. But thanks for asking about it, man, no doubt.
I'll go get loaded shit for you.
Good morning there, Concrete Cowboy 102 waving a hand.
Up in the Texas truck.
Yeah, Snowman, Concrete Cowboy says good morning.
Snowman, Concrete Cowboy said good morning.
Yeah, I don't know if you hear them out there or not, but they're shouting for you.
What? Huh?
Yeah, you got a couple people out in the distance shouting for you.
I couldn't hear them.
Yeah, Concrete Cowboy and some other guy.
Oh, well, wave a hand out there, whoever's hollering at me. My ears won't let me hear it right now there, Roger. I've got about 5 S units of noise over for some reason.
You're doing better than I am. I got 9.
Damn, I guess there's just a lot of shit in the air this morning because it was quiet earlier.
I know, it just jumped up. It went from 5 to 9, and it'll go up probably later on today. It'll be up around 10.
I'm only getting about 1 to 2 over here.
Something like that here.
I got neighbors that run some kind of something, I don't know what it is, but about noon they'll plug it in or turn it on or something and my signal goes to shit.
Yeah, Roger.
Well, I'm glad they're not doing that all the time.
It does it every day like clockwork.
Roger, you say about noon they start?
Yep, right about noon it starts every day. 7 days a week.
out there barely got any noise level.
But anyway, I've learned to deal with it. No reason bitching about it because you can't find out where it's coming from. And if you do find out where it's coming from, and you be nice about it and ask them, you know, if you can kindly do something about it, not them doing something, but you offer to do something about it, they tell you to go fuck yourself.
Well, that's why you get a bigger linear and blow them up.
No, it's something in their house that's generating a signal and covers my receive hub. I'm thinking they got grow lights or some kind of digital something device that's putting off a noise. Because I found one of my phone chargers at one time, when I plugged it in, it would give me noise level. So I unplugged it and the noise level went away. So I never used that charger again.
You know, phone chargers and shit like that will cause that.
I know.
So your neighbor's probably got the same kind of shit, like a computer they're turning on or a tablet that's plugged in. There you go.
Right on.
When that shit was happening over here with me a few years ago, I had OG&E scouting it. They couldn't find it with their antennas on the flat side because they were looking for line noise. But they were picking it up on my ground plane. I located it with my pickup because you know how we do that shit, being a directional truck. I can drop that RF gain down and I'll fucking find exactly what house it's coming from to the address. Well, I narrowed it between these two. And they went over to look and they couldn't find it. Well, when they leaned their antenna over to get some out of his pocket and it went vertical, he said that signal come jumping right up. He said he walked around and back that house and found it, and it was one of those on and off lights. It goes off at dark, daylight, and comes on at dark. Was shorting out inside, and he said that thing was. He said he reached up there and touched it. That thing was hot as hell, like it was about to catch fire. So he unhooked it, and the guy that lived there was an old Vietnam vet. He was freaking out, and they had to tell him, you know, everything's okay, and explain the situation, that they unhooked it because that thing was about to start a house fire. And thank God that I picked up the noise and reported it and stayed on their asses to find it, or that man would have lost his fucking house in his life.
Right on. Well, it was like when I lived on 48. I was getting a noise from somewhere, and I mean, it started right about sunlight every day. And that's when the moisture started vaporizing off the transformers. Well, they came out and they hooked up to my antenna system and they seen it, and it covered from 160 megahertz all the way up into 2 meters. And they said, well, we got to find this. So he went outside and he had that little antenna and he started pointing it around, and it was straight southwest of me. He found it. It was like 10 miles away. It was a bad transformer.
Right. You know that law applies to CB radio operators just as well as ham, that nothing may interfere or disrupt the transmission of radio interference whatsoever. So if Cox cable's interfering with your CB shit or electrical connecting to CB shit, that same law applies to that as it does to ham radio.
You got that right.
And some of these CB radio operators don't understand that. You call and you tell them, you know, that their services may not interrupt our network, and it's against the law for it to do so. And they get nervous. They'll be out there fucking looking for that shit.
Oh yeah, I remember. I got to know the guy. His name's Greg. I forgot his last name, but his name was Greg, a field supervisor. And I got talking to him, and one of his guys that worked underneath him got shitty with me. I said, well, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Easy way is you guys just come out and, you know, just check this out and find out where it's coming from. Or we can go a hold of the FCC, and we can do it that way. And the choice is yours. And he says, well, I'll just let you talk to my supervisor. I said, good, that's a good idea. Well, I got talking to the supervisor, and he said, he turned around and I could hear him talking to him. He says, you're talking to a ham operator that this can't happen. We don't need no problems with FCC.
Yep. See, I went through this with Cox Cable about 10, 12 years ago, and there was some cable issues in the area, and anytime I turned my beam, man, that shit would just fucking blare. I'd be hearing everything from Cartoon Network to Betty Saved Christmas. And I thought at first it was my neighbor's TV tuner because he had a bad TV, and it wasn't that. Well, nevertheless, I called Cox Cable, and they had a guy come in and goes, well, we're at 120 some odd megahertz, you're at 27. It's not going to affect it. I said, it is. He goes, well, we can't find nothing. He's being shitty. I said, well, dude, I'm going to tell you what. If it was me interfering with y'all's shit, you'd have the FCC on my ass. He goes, well, if you feel like calling the FCC going to do me any fucking good, you call them. I said, all right, motherfuckers. 5 minutes later, I was on the phone with the guy at the FCC. I talked to that man, and he started laughing. He said, that dumb son of a bitch don't realize I could unplug Cox Cable in all of Oklahoma City over that? He said, let me make a phone call. About 40 minutes later, he called me back. He said, they'll be out and take care of this shit. He said, you have any problems, you call me back and let me know. He said, they don't realize that goddamn... And when they found out the issue and stuff, I called them, they fixed it. What it was a cable up here going from the pole to a house that rubbed against a tree and was transmitting out of that tree, a ground wave. He goes, don't that stupid motherfuckers realize that ham radio and CB people have nailed coaxes to trees for decades and talked off the fucking trees? I said, you can't tell them ignorant goddamn cable screw-on motherfuckers nothing, because that's all they know.
A lot of these guys don't know nothing about that. They just know how to screw coax in and unplug it. Plug and play, let's go. That's all they know. Now the old schoolers that's been there for years and years and years, them are the guys that know that this shit can happen.
Yep, well, just like the deal with OG&E, I had to give them two guys a lesson about polarity, about horizontal polarity and vertical polarity. And when I was doing that, their heads were tilting, looking at me like the RC Big Troller dog. They were taking it in. I educated them two guys.
Right on.
But, all right, I'll let you get to what you're doing. I just heard y'all chattering. I'll get out of the way.
Roger, I know. I gotta go lay this damn mask down, which I'm not looking forward to, but unfortunately I gotta do it to make my other antenna work.
Very dirty. I hear you.
Going by Hardy's up at Grant.
Yeah, go ahead. Going by Hardy's up here at Grant, up here at Central Point.
changed that against rubber cookie. That was a smart move.
Yeah, boy, I planned on hitting 299. Is that a good one, or is it jammed up too?
Drop in. When that container gets out, you come on down this way.
Waving hand, Josie Wales. Come on, Mother Nature, get on me.
Not much going on, huh?
Yeah, it's working out.
Yep. Yeah, I got you in the radio shack. Yeah, it must have been skip land right there.
There's that my phone ringing. Let me see who it is.
Yep. I just overheard out there, but yeah, but starting to come in now. No doubt about it.
I'm not over back here, man, no doubt.
Yeah, I always thought some of my guys were from Cracker Jack box.
I got you.
Hey, Chevy, you too, buddy. Happy adventure. Have a good day. I'll see you another time.
Yeah, go ahead, radio check. Sound real good. Yeah, about 155. Black Gold, stand by. Black Gold, 244. I guess my little mobile ain't getting in skip land. We're back out. Right side. No doubt about it, Rock 223. Yep.
It's working, audio checker.
Carolina working this.
Unit 747, standing by.
Roger, 747. Got a good neighborhood. Rock 223 working this baby driver.
Roger. I didn't quite catch your number. Did you say Unit 223? 747, standing by.
747, yes sir, I said Rock 223. Rock 223 working this
Yep. Roger, I think you said Rock 233, I guess on the East Coast somewhere.
Roger, man, I tell you what, you sounding good in my neighborhood, Jim Moore.
You just made my day, man. Keep on talking. 747 said that.
Roger, I appreciate it, man. What kind of signal am I putting on you with this baby driver?
Oh, you're putting about 5 on me, Roger.
Come back on there, it's a little rough and tough, come on.
Roger, well, it's kind of fluctuating, but you were putting 5 on me, and I think at one point you got stronger, but you're good and clear around Oklahoma City.
Get through out there and have fun skip talking. Rock 223 upstate South Carolina, working this antique small dropper, and we back quiet.
Roger that. Rock 233 in the Carolinas. I just heard it all because you just said it all. As I just heard you say what you said when you said it. 747, Tornado Alley, standing by.
Roger, got it all, cause you said it all. 223, back quiet.
.394, waving a hand. Happy Taco Tuesday. Good to hear you out there. 394. Yeah, keep up the good work, 394. It's good to hear you out there. And it's been a while since I communicated with you, no doubt. And we'll catch you on the flip side.
straight out yonder.
Here we go.
I've seen you 2 days in a row.
Good morning, 610 if you're out there. 240 this morning. reading on channel 19.
I wonder if they're going to bring back an alien with them.
Roll on, Justin. We hadn't seen a thing.
I'll get out that back up. Y'all look good. All we got to do is be able to check it. That's why I'm coming on that.
Good morning, Watercraft, if you're out there. Guess not. Probably somebody sitting over there waiting to unload dog food.
Hey, got y'all lane. Got one lane right there, the 33. Y'all need to be in the left lane. You got the right lane shut down doing construction. Other than that, man, look good all the way to the gorge. All the way back to... Not much to work with this morning.
Sure you get quiet out there. And where have all the angry voices gone? Shark Knight, are you out there sandbagging? Radio checker checks in the mail. No doubt. Yeah, it's sounding good out there. 747 standing by. Roger that. Roger. away from the radio. I think I know. Oh, well, I thought I talked to you this morning. I guess you're somebody different than I thought you were. But anyway, this is 747. Roger, who we got there? Yeah, this is 747. Roger, what's your handle? Roadrunner. Okay, Roadrunner, yeah, that handle sounds familiar. And you sound a lot like Concrete Cowboy out there. I talked, like I said, I talked to him this morning, and I think I heard him out there a few minutes ago. But Roadrunner, you have a good ride wherever you're going. No doubt about it. I guess you travel all. And it's another wonderful day in paradise. I hear somebody way out there, may be pointed the wrong direction.
that mud flap off of the dumper.
No doubt about it.
Tick-tock, tick-tock. Yeah, and that's the only language they understand. Oh yeah. Well, the days of isolationism are probably long gone because the world's much smaller. It's like we're all in the same lifeboat. And I hope we get everything squared away without any thermonuclear tricks. And that is how the game is played. I want to understand probably long before this crisis developed that one of the Iranian generals, I guess that's what he was assassinated over here inside Yosemite Park. Compliments of Israeli Secret Service. Finally made contact with, I think it was Virginia earlier, just a little bit of skip. Also caught the road runner who was passing through. I guess it's been a good while, but I have communicated with him before.
Michael.
Jerseys on both sides. You got a 2-foot shoulder on the left, 5-foot on the right.
Copy.
Mercy, it's all or nothing on channel 19. Hold out.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah, we've been bringing one load a day over here. Yeah, I know, right? Me too.
Yeah, they have a fun day today, baby.
We do, but this stuff just comes from here in town on 59th Street. There you go. We're hauling 2 loads of scrap from the pump wall over here on 59th, and we'll bring 1 load of this tomorrow.
Came on down.
It's just here and there. We don't do it all the time. Just when they get a whole bunch of it. I don't do much of this stuff. I'm just doing something else.
Well, leave it alone, it'll grow.
Come on, there you got it, mate. Get that thing on there.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The old foghorn. I've got that, but not in this present piece of equipment I got hooked up.
Oh, yeah.
But it's a classic.
Important. Yeah, there's a few of them out there. I think they're classics. Yep.
No doubt about it.
And of course, you know, you can't leave out the donkey part.
No doubt about it. That's the crown jewel.
Yeah, that one of Tarzan and Jane, Orgasm, I think it's called.
Oh, yeah, that's classic, okay, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I don't like that one because, you know, it ain't true, dude. You ever find a woman that sounds like that, she's faking for sure.
Plywood zipper. Oh.
I think they're bullshit. What's going on there, Buffalo?
Trying to open the window.
Yeah, I'd say.
Mercy, all them poor bastards inside that crowded elevator. I think I'll take the stairs up. Probably people who died inside a crowded elevator because that's right, they kept that part and triggered you know what.
We can go to the right down here. All right, thank you. So,
71, I'd probably keep going. I sat down there for about 30 minutes while I waited on the pilot car. They're doing some kind of paving.
What about radio check? Radio check. Is it getting out like it should?
And ain't that about a month yet? 4 wheels and offset stop stop. Because we get their way, then they come over here in front of all us, they come in the exit.
north.
Yeah. Jeez. That's too, I probably wouldn't make it now. I'd probably get 600-700 miles down the road. That's going to be it.
Checks in the mail, audio checker.
Man, ain't no condition. I'm right here, truck driver, just don't know how to talk on give some lessons. I'll put some lessons up here tonight. Show them truck drivers how to talk on them CD radios again. Come on. 0697 Southern Cal, 021 Central Alabama, go ahead.
We hear that 021, 747 standing by.
Hey, 747 come again. Station coming there with you there, come on.
Roger, wave a hand to somebody in Concrete Cowboy, we hear you out there. I was hollering at you earlier over around Shawnee.
Hey, 747 Concrete Cowboy, 4RD.
Roger, what's your 20 Concrete Cowboy?
4RD. I just come off that. Oh, man. I just really can't forget it anymore, baby. We'll be back.
Roger, I think you said you just came out of Tinker Air Force Base.
Yeah, 10-4, they're not locked down now. 10-4.
Oh, Roger, not locked down anymore, okay?
It was early this morning.
Roger, I heard that they were locked down in other bases or something.
Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, they was this morning, but they're back up now.
Roger that.
Well, have a good one. We'll catch you later.
Roger. Well, you went over to Shawnee this morning, I think, and I hollered at you. Did you hear me over there again?
Nah, I never did hear you hollering for me. I would have tried to answer you back.
Roger that. But anyway, we pointed that way and tried.
Yeah, 10-4. All right, we'll catch you later, bud.
That's what they call it. I'm basically one.
My truck, got in this sumbitch yesterday.
Well, come on, Doc. We appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. You look good on that hood, man. I thought you was the compliment.
That's all right.
Somebody called in Deputy Dog. Standing by.
What side of the bus you let me on, sir? Left or right?
About that Deputy Dog out there. What about that Deputy Dog out there?
I guess that's the East Coast. 747 standing by.
Well, about 747-021, Central Bam Bam.
021, oh yeah, Alabama skip shooter. Yeah, wave ahead.
Yeah, the conditions just died on me, 747. I don't know what's going on. Mother Nature just acting up.
I know you're right about Mother Nature. Yeah, you kind of got weaker, then you started getting stronger, but you're doing pretty good because I'm pointed west. You're still coming in on the backside of this beam there, 021. 747 around Tornado Alley, Oklahoma City said that.
All right, 747, I caught the last part of the city out there. But you be careful out there. You were sounding good when you was coming in here, though.
Roger that. 021, the Alabama skip shooter. You just made my day, man. Keep on talking, and there's nothing wrong being worldwide, and 747's gone again.
Check, 021, standing by, Central Alabama. We'll see you.
And 021, there's nothing wrong being worldwide, and 747's gone again.
10, oh, I just heard another station out there somewhere. Well, yeah, 125. We covered at 125, 021, Central Alabama. All right, buddy, we appreciate that, making the trip, man. You be good out there. 021, Central Alabama, standing by. Kim.
Got that way 3.
Get on rack 6, and I'm going to pull up behind Kim and load on rack 6, since I've got to load Kim. And then load me. When you get around here to this line, if anybody's waiting on them other racks, or whatever, just let them go if you want to. Try to get around each other and get behind me on 6. That way we ain't tying up a couple of racks. We do this all on one rack.
If you want to move to 3 and 4, I think that'd be good. Yeah, you're going to be clear for 3, and I got 4. I guess that way we're not hogging up the fast lane time.
Right. I guess he's, yeah, one up top. like a Oklahoma beast in there.
Going out.
Red left.
Who's that? Left lane's closed ahead.
Red left.
We need to be in the right lanes or what? Or left lane?
Yeah, Ziploc says right lanes.
I guess you'll figure out which one is closed when you get there. Right there. We're going to turn left. Got to pick up turn in that left lane. Clear. Hey Steve, if you can help block this off for him up here on the oncoming, that'd be great. You go ahead.
Coming up to the light, please.
He said we got to go through the back gate.
Here we go. Yeah, boy, thank you. What's that? Yeah. Alright, swing and wild, dude.
Somebody's got to slow down over that track.
Looking good. Got maze up over the curb a little now. Y'all think you're gonna miss it. Missing the curb. Good.
We got hung up at the red light.
Okay.
Is it just after that orange sign turned in or just before it?
Just before it is just turned in, it was right at the orange sign.
All right, thank you, sir. Zero light here makes no darn sense. It went from red to yellow back to red.
That's about right. Alright, we got
Here it comes.
clear. Up on the curb. Put up on it, we're good.
All right, sir.
So it's just a little more and we can put the other road. Take her out.
Hey, you running?
You bet.
You gonna be a minute, Junior, or do I got time to take my stuff off, you think, or what?
Yeah, go ahead and start stripping them. Hey, Josh.
Sir.
You hungry?
I usually only eat once a day.
Okay. Well, my old lady just made a little like, kind of like a pinwheel wrap thing or whatever. And something to make you want to come on.
Good, brother. I appreciate it. I actually ate breakfast this morning for the first time in my life.
Okay, Campbell. Well, I'll just have to make me another one then.
I appreciate you, boss.
Yes, sir. It was good. Got cucumbers, tomatoes, lettuce, avocado, ham, cheese. It was good.
Sounds like it.
Roger, screwdriver. 0351 bolt cutter trying to wave the hand. Hello, let's go.
Ready to come back, buddy?
Yeah, I'm still getting my stuff off, but yeah, come on. I'll come help you if you need it.
Damage Diller trucking, you fine as shit.
Got it, Derek? You need help?
Oh, I bet I got it.
Nice.
Damage Diller trucking, you fine as shit.
Then you can move back over to this lane and be super trucker again.
I'm gonna be super trucker again.
Yeah, super trucker.
I don't really mind him being a super trucker, not at all. But when he's on me, he can move over, and then he can come back into the fast lane and be super trucker all over again.
10-4 on the super trucker.
He looked like he was about 25, 30 years old. Yeah, he's definitely a super trucker.
Hey, shit, Willie, how do you? Come on.
That gave it away that he was a super trucker is when I passed him up, he was missing the gear shift, so yeah, he had both hands on the wheel.
That's correct.
Hey, Dano?
Yes, sir.
Hey, come on up here. Park inside this white single wide, and then I'll have to back in there after you get in.
Up beside that where you were just at here next to this old house?
There's a white single wide right there.
I'm solo now.
Down here at the end past Cody's truck. You need to back in beside him. That way you get him close. I'm coming now. Come on way forward. That way you get enough in there that you get in beside him.
Yeah, get her done.
See the white single wide now.
Yeah, you just have to make the corner and head back straight up.
Yes, sir.
You know if you need more room.
Yeah, I'm trying to that convict on that side. Figured out another one.
You lose, game over.
I think I got enough to get in there. I just got to find that house again in my mirror.
I must not teach fuel pump courtesy at the 2-week driving school.
Mark, don't turn that son of a bitch over.
Later.
Stay home again, Snake?
You want some help, Randy, or are you good?
No. You want to come over? Watch one corner for me.
I'm a coming. up, Caroline. Do you wake up? Well, roger, right on, no doubt. Hey,
You want a tire sheet?
I knew Randy one time, smart sound, but it's gonna sit in a graveyard.
Pull over here and take a fish real quick.
What'd you say?
It just hit me. I gotta take a piss real quick.
All right, 10-4. Party train. Everybody pull over here. No doubt about it.
Or do you want me to just stay in front of you so I can get traffic?
Yeah, just stay in front. Help them grab traffic.
Forward.
Breaker 19, looking for radio check. I'm going to stop and fix a hook down here. What's your 20 driver?
Copy. I think right up here at the top of the hill is one of them first little dips that he was talking about.
At the 123B exit. 10-4, thanks. Yeah, those ain't nothing. Just get me over it. We'll be good.
It's right here on me.
Yeah, that ain't nothing. Alright, I am going to stop and fix this change just real quick, and then we'll be ready.
Copy. Picking your house up at, Junior. I'm sorry, sir. Did you say something? One or two? One. Give me a minute here. I'll get you this tire sheet.
Dragging on our right hand side on corners and stuff, just so you know that.
Forward.
Say what?
I was just saying 10-4.
Now we'll be dragging whenever we make a right hand curve or left hand turn or something, and the weight shifts over, we'll drag on the right.
Copy.
rocks and all kinds of crap all over the place.
Keep on coming.
I got you right side traffic.
Stop.
You got one or two options, stop or hit me. Oh yeah, that sucker dug good.
Don't forget this left lane. Come on around me where I was going.
Want me to come around you?
Oh, no, you can stay behind me, it's fine. Yeah, on these roads that are leaning like this to the right, we're probably going to drag, so.
Copy. Well, it looks like it's going to be a fun up here turn to get on the freeway.
Yeah, I think this is where I got to turn right here.
Yeah, 700 foot, turn right onto the service road, and then you got to veer left.
Yeah, I can.
About 6 foot off the curb, 2 foot, pulling away, you're clear.
Oh, whoa.
Alright, you're about 3 foot, right on the mustard, foot off the curb, tracking about a foot off. Pulling away, you're clear. On the left. Right, you're going to come up on the curve on your right. You're tracking right along the curve. You're off. On the fog, pulling away. Everybody's moving over for you. Well, we're on the interstate like this. Is there anything specific you want me to call? You want 18? You want just oversized?
Yeah, you can just let me know. A little bit. And, you know, take things we got some place, and just let me know.
10-4.
Let's get on south, starting to jump street. I'm ready. Come on over here, Randy.
He's headed over and get the paperwork.
Alright.
It's a little short legged partner, take you 30 minutes to walk over.
Am I at the right spot to load the landing joint? You're green there, Dano.
Hey, Pops, I think it's a turnaround down there.
You got it.
Hey, Rod. So we're going to head down at 5 now.
Watch that before it splashed down. Hell yeah. Yeah, well.
I'm going to run down to about the 40 before I get fuel.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, it puts me closer down there to the office, right?
No, I got you.
Not too much more down there than what it was out here.
What was it down there?
246 or 446 or so.
Huh.
I'm out of there, Rubba.
Oh, I got you. Well, I'm gonna hop off here.
Alright.
Not here, but here in just a second.
Yeah, Tim.
I'll be chasing you.
I hear you.
Come on up here, Gary.
All right, yeah, we'll make it. Go ahead. You'll watch that blue car.
Actually, no, I'll go ahead and get it here. Nah, I'm going on down that way.
Hey, yeah.
That way I'm closer to being full whenever I leave in the morning, man.
Oh, yeah, no, I hear you.
Alright, let's rock out. Yeah, that's cheaper there than it was at that other place, isn't it? $450?
Yeah, that's no. Oh, do you? I was thinking you got this Monroe and got north. Yeah, that's what he said bye.
He know nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, give me a drink. Either one, though. I mean, I go to either one. Yeah, I like this usually where I go.
Somebody stole a smoke plant in Park.
It's like playing Russian roulette. You never know what you're going, which one's going to go first.
Quick trip, same as everything else here, 449. Like you and now there's nothing random with Sunny Lane Road, 439.
And I chased those on there. Every time I do it, it's like, they haul it off. I'm like, what the hell? easy.
Sir, you can do a pre-note on that one?
Brake lights flashing on and off. What'd you say? Oh, okay. Yeah, let me look through mine.
Audio.
Try to see if there's the right number on this card. Yeah, I usually go in.
Yeah, that sounds okay over here, man. We got it.
I can hear you up here. It sounds good.
You'll be able to get around there or not, you think?
just watching him up or there.
Hey, don't be cussing like that. My grandma is listening. She said she'd kick your ass if you don't cut it out.
Put in Woodward or whatever on your deal, or Brian's Corner, it's out there on 412. You can put in Liberal, whatever. Something like that ought to get you out there. Woodward for sure will. Maybe we'll get back together once we get out of all this damn traffic. Punch in Woodward, Oklahoma, and that'll get you out here to close to the route we're going on. I'll send you a text there.
driver. I gotta call this number back. No doubt. Yeah, they'll have to have portable generators to do anything.
I've got the insurance lady on the line there.
Oh, well.
Need to stay behind you.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Nigga, knock. Don't bye-bye. Knock, knock. Hey, man. Hey, knock on your door, man. Cause nigga knocking. a test. This is only a test of the emergency party services. This is up in a test. We are grand baby. We are grand baby. This is not a test. Load your weapons. Load your weapons. We are grand baby.
What the sign?
I guess the United States puts it down and carries down and that makes it back to the Stone Age. Going to carry it down. No doubt about it. Come on. If we're infidels, we wonder why we're infidels and kicking the fuck out of them. There you go better back camera and leave the bump alone. Hell, let's go over and kick the fuck out of him right now and call her dad and come home.
Well, it's already hitting almost 350 in that gallon now.
Yeah, it's $4 a gallon for unleaded. Non-ethanol.
Yeah, that's the E10 shift.
Exactly. We don't need this fucking, all this, what, 3 or 4 different gauges of gas, make all one, they can make it all one gas. We don't need 3 or 4 of them.
Yep, time to get a bicycle.
Fuck that, get a horse. Get a horse and a buggy. Hell, I can live in a covered wagon, fuck it. Hell, especially now, I'm too old to worry about fucking electricity. Audio, 1, 2, 1, 2, mic check. One, two, 1, 2.
Break 6.
Got another red light. Look at all the money you're making.
supply.
Guys run right up beside me, and then I was trying to pick up the speed, getting up on the, going up the hill there. They stayed right beside me. It didn't matter if I was 50 or 60, he stayed right there beside me. Yeah, that all. Let's back up a little bit. We got stuff coming in this left lane, or this right lane. I don't think they're coming in, so maybe. I saw my nose my truck get out there. Oh, that water.
Do we need lane 1 to make the turn, or are we just 2?
I've been blocked. We don't have an easy way. You can grab a little bit of 1, that would be
No, after this, I got your lane 1. Should be able to stay centered up the whole way through. Yeah, if you hold 2 and 3, we ought to be able to hold the whole road off. That piece of wood right there, you see it?
Last 2 times I've been up here, the gate's been closed. Let me know if it's closed.
10-4, she said she's meeting us at the gate. I told her 10 minutes, so hopefully they get this program. It's going red on. It's going out on you. With you, Tristan. Hey, I didn't see that piece of wood, though. I was talking to behind you. He was in over at 1. It was in 3. Got it. We lose lane 1 up there.
Okay, yeah. As soon as what you do, I'll get you a good parking.
First pull in? Both pull in?
1 is it?
Yeah, I got it. Oh yeah, this thing's short, man. That turn's easy. Gate is open. Yeah. No doubt about it. Yeah, quiet out here, no doubt. Alright, I'm gonna park it. I'm gonna pull up to the left and then back her up. I'll do that. I'm gonna get out the way. I got your smile. I'm gonna pull forward a little more. See it right ahead, come on around me. And look at sweep right there, you got a good angle on. Which one is it? You'll see it got the big blue sign, freedom right up there. It's about 3 up. But it's gonna be a second light. You're gonna have to back into. We're gonna block the road, and I'm gonna come. I'll get my handheld and come out. Get out and help you out. Yeah, she wants the right front of the screen one over here. I thought you said 5 of them. You said in the front? Yeah, right in front of it. So I'm going to have to pull back up and get straight again. Good, Tony. Get out of here. Probably going to the phone. Oh, are you off in that middle right there?
That damn car went up on the curb to get around me.
Somebody's gonna have death with.
Stupid people out there, man. Stupid people.
Looking good. Keep turning.
Thank you. I know it looks good. Thank you.
I think I 10 minutes too close. Hold on.
Come on.
Yeah, stupid is, stupid does. They come to see me Playboy on the corner. Oh, no, fine one coming through here. I got a little back there. And best thing it smells good in was sex. Somebody tell you what, you little God, just yell, oh, Turner, oh, Turner.
Where's that you got?
Yes, sir. You know it.
Hell no, you gotta do is get a best shot and her clothes will fall off. It's not impossible, but it's okay. Hell yeah, that vodka and that tequila, that makes the women's clothes fall off. Hell yeah. No doubt. Some of them hand operators, they don't need no fucking license not be taken away from. Well, southbound 35 is back to open. southbound I-35 backed up. Right here, 44th and back south. He's trying to squeal.
It's squealing now.
Didn't hear it that time.
Yeah, I had to have the radio on so it was giving the feedback. I just make the squeal, but that was just a feedback squeal.
Right on.
Appreciate it. All right.
Can you see me? I thought I saw you there for a joke. I'm out on the highway. I'm sitting at home right now. Got back to doing my laundry, figuring out what I want to eat for supper. Got a brother in ICU. Waiting on a phone call one way or the other.
if everybody quit switching lanes, trying to figure out which lane's faster, they slow everything down. Just stay in your goddamn lane and go.
Yeah, what he said.
A bunch of lane hoppers out here. They hop in one lane, then they hop in the other, man. Then that one slows down, they hop in another one. I mean, crazy shit. depends. Where are you going? working, are you seeing?
Mike 19 for radio check.
Yeah, regular radio.
Joe, where you at? Hello.
Yeah, you're working. Do what you want with it.
You in there?
Yeah? What? Angela, oh Angela. What? I gotta get fuel down here pretty quick. What? What? What did you say? Pull your head out of your ass.
Make this turn.
I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Oh, damn. What did he say? What? What? Scrape my head cap real good right there.
Come back.
I said I scraped my head cap real good right there, back there on that turn right there. Did you just call me retarded? Yeah. My man. Let's get it done anyway, get it done.
No.
I think that's supposed to be Andy Griffith. Y'all know I was born a mile from here? Katie, you got to speak up when you get on the CB. Use your voice.
I don't feel like it.
There you go. Yeah, we're about to drive right by the apartments I grew up in. Down, good. Yeah, I'll point them out on this side of the Chinese buffet. What?
What?
Yeah, she said let the good times roll. Get them toes off that dashboard. thing getting out. I'm going to hit that next bluff down here at Oklahoma 9.
Appreciate it, Steve.
Yes, sir, George. You're welcome. Yeah, get it done. Pretty quiet in the neighborhood.
Yeah, motherfucker. Yeah, see? Yeah, you see? Yeah, you see? What do you say? Yeah, you see?
You motherfucker.
Hell yeah.
The speed shit getting out?
Hell yeah.
410, parking next to this big ass metal fucking fence and a big ass tree. Didn't know if I was getting out or not.
I hear you over here.
4-5G.
Yeah, I hear you over here.
410.
You see their little AI crap or whatever the hell it was. They were showing inside their little space deal they was in, and a bottle of Nutella comes floating in front of the camera.
Bottle of Nutella?
Yeah.
No, man.
And hell, them pictures they put out, claiming they're right there by the moon, and it shows Earth behind it. Hell, the line between the moon and that, it's just too. Looks like they copied and pasted it on there.
Ain't no tell on these motherfuckers, man. Can't believe shit anymore.
These motors tripping out on it. Them little videos and stuff, and it's right there in the top corner, dramatization, recreation, or whatever.
Come on, whip up. Four to the 10, 4 to the 10. What the hell is that? Your mama? No doubt about it.
Might be here, right?
There we are.
audio check.
I don't know, I'm checking my audio, be right back. Buffalo.
You got Buffalo on top of the Buffalo Hill.
That worldwide radio on top of Buffalo Mountain. Come in.
Yeah, come on.
Well, did you take the day off today?
Yeah, I worked hard at it.
Well, I got a lot of people in my work that do that. Work hard at it.
Yeah, work hard at not working, then they go home and they're real tired.
Well, I think they'll work harder trying to get out of work instead of just go ahead and do it.
Now, I've seen that happen. In that last hour, they bust ass trying to get it done. I'll do the rest tomorrow.
Yes, sir. They are that kind out there.
What was that?
Where's that dang Beetlejuice at?
Oh, he's probably taking a power nap or washing his RV or something.
Well, I can't blame him. He needs to go ahead and wax that RV while he's at it. I think it's supposed to rain again this weekend, isn't it? Friday, Saturday?
Yeah. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Tornadoes, high winds, hail.
Well, damn it, boys. Now, hopefully it'll break up and go around us. One toke over the line, sweet Jesus. Old timer get out there today?
I don't think so. I don't know.
so busy I didn't have time to get on the radio. Phew. Yeah, I know one thing. She turned the air on.
Well, right now, the way the weather is, I got to turn the heater on at night and the air conditioner on during the day. I wake up in the middle of the night, it's 69 degrees in there, so I have to turn the heater on.
Yeah, we did that a couple of times. Woke up like, dang, it's cold in here.
Especially when I got that fan blowing on me.
I thought I had the fan on, but I figured it was coming from under the covers instead of the covers.
It had a little musty smell with it.
Yeah, I said, damn, what's that smell?
Have you heard from Mo Easy Money? He should be leaving here pretty quick.
That's because y'all wasn't listening to me a while ago.
Well, I heard you in there, but you just shut up after that, so I figured you was busy.
I was at McDonald's.
Well, I knew you was doing something, so I didn't want to bother you.
Mickey D's. Well, 8 o'clock tonight is the deadline.
Yeah, they got all them human shields around them power plants now.
I don't think it matters. It ain't gonna matter.
No, he killed 4,000 protesters with a couple more civilians.
Well, they can pinpoint that anyway on that blast. They probably won't even touch them protesters.
Well, I think they ought to just go ahead and build a pipeline from that island over to Jordan and coming out to the other side over there at the sea. They just bypass that damn Strait of Hormuz.
Wouldn't be a big surprise. It's already in the talks of doing.
From what I understand, Saudi Arabia built a pipeline years ago, connecting into the Red Sea.
Why don't they just fly it in?
Well, I think what they need to do is just make the Strait of Hormuz a big lake.
They could ought to stomp a mud hole in them and then stomp it dry.
Okay, you can have your Hormuz over there, but, you know, we're going to block it off on both ends, so you're not going nowhere.
what do they grow over there? What kind of, are they produced as oil and what? I don't know.
Somewhere over in that area, I don't know if it's India or Pakistan, they grow poppy, cocaine, or whatever that stuff is they do.
Oh, make poppy seed bread.
I don't think that's what to do with that.
I couldn't even hear it. Yeah, I didn't hear him, so I don't care. And I didn't know we was talking politics. I thought we was just poking fun at it. Yeah, blowing all their bridges up, the electricity, maybe the water. They got camels. I wonder if they're going to use the Buster Bunker bomb. Oh, they're filtering out the salt. Yeah, I thought they had a toilet. Yeah, it did. Water weighs too much to carry up the space. Maybe they got bottled water.
They might have, but still when you pee it out, they recycle it.
I think I'm gonna wait until they improve that part of it.
Well, they're going to improve the water.
They're going to make food sickles come on.
Yeah, we're talking about the astronauts peeing and drinking their own pee for water.
What do you think they eat for chocolate bars?
Now the shop vac malfunction on them, the seal around the door.
Yeah, I seen that. They were having trouble with the bar fan.
They hook a tube up to their ass and it sucks the shit out of them.
Yeah, pretty good job.
As long as the asteroid don't go up there.
And then they got jars of Nutella floating around in there, advertising.
Yeah, buy your steak food.
Space food gave me gas.
Alright, get on the truck.
I guess you heard about the second problem they had in plumbing. I think they had an exhaust tube that froze up, that piston froze up, and so they couldn't discharge it. I guess they're just discharging it into outer space. It's what they were doing. It's like boats discharge all this stuff into the sea.
See what I'm saying? We can't go to space. Me and Lee shit where they go.
Get the people out of the sky.
The old Joe Dirt found the asteroid, took it to somewhere and tested it, and it was a turd.
Well, I guess it might be a footnote in history because of that.
Walking the line.
See, man, can't go into space without leaving shit behind.
I guess everybody's famous for what was it, 15 seconds or 15 minutes or something.
Yeah, man, can't go into space without leaving shit behind.
Yeah.
What the heck did he just say?
Like rodents in outer space.
Yeah, and they was advertising their Nutella commercial.
Yeah, man, goes into space, he leaves shit behind. Need to readjust your echo there. Gunslinger. Yeah, how's that? Well, you had to turn it off. You just had too much depth into it. It should sound a little better now. Yeah, sounds a lot better. Yeah, I hit it with my leg. It's making my head wiggle. Oh, I hear that. We don't want it to wiggle. How long I'm driving?
Started to make me walk crooked.
Like an Egyptian? Where that dang old speed at?
He's watching a live space show.
Yeah, late news, come on.
He's probably trying to talk to him. On the NASA channel.
Can I get me a jar of that Nutella? Y'all see that part?
No, I missed that. That Nutella got in trouble for saying they're nutrition.
Yeah, well, they were showing that crap, and then all of a sudden a jar of Nutella comes floating through the screen. They're fucking with people. Hell, them images they got, the one where it shows the moon and the earth behind it, I bet you if you blow that shit up real close, you'll see the line where they put it together.
No doubt.
I don't know about that. I didn't see that either.
It's all over the internet. NASA's got them on their website. They just don't look natural. It looks like you took a picture and then put a picture on top of another one. The edge of the moon is just too, you know, there ain't no fuzz in there, any kind of, it was just sharp cut off. It's not natural looking.
To block out all the aliens' houses on the moon.
It's like a couple years ago, Jeff Bezos and all them motherfuckers were sending these people up into outer space. That shit was all a goddamn hoax and green screen shit. $9 billion, and the seal and the shitter gave out. Damn it.
Somebody didn't check the shooter.
They ain't put on there that chick. She was the first one to use it, and that's when it started fucking up.
Well, it probably smell like tuna. Or it smell like raccoon or skunk.
That ride scared the piss out of her. She had to pee a lot. It froze up.
We smell a burning odor. Damn it. Smell like something burning in there.
She smoking a joint. She's in there vaping, come on.
Better quit talking politics or that driver will get mad again.
Oh, fuck them, they need to learn something.
I got mad.
The driver got mad a while ago, Rocky.
Fuck them off, I can't take a joke.
Let's talk about Trump blowing up all the bridges and their water and their electric.
Well, yeah, you're gonna blow up their electrical power shit and their bridges. They already blew one of them up. I guess that's what they said.
fix it. Take 500 helicopters with Gatling guns and turn them loose. Come on. Well, at least 50 to 100 helicopters with Gatling guns and turn them loose. Let them have hay fire. Because you use helicopters, they know you mean business.
Shoot, they got them guns now. Shoot you right through a brick wall. Not even have to see you.
Hell yeah. I say we go over and fuck them up right now and get it done and over with. Quit playing around. You play around too much, you might get hurt.
Well, they'll give them till noon to do what they're supposed to do, or all hell was gonna break loose.
Hell yeah. Come to town. It's going to anyway.
Well, it's not gonna happen. They agreed to completely open it up and all that shit. So Trump said he's gonna suspend the bombing of Iran for a period of 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing, because he fucking flat told them, you either open it up or I'm gonna fuck you up. Well, they decided to agree to a ceasefire and open that motherfucker up. I told them this, and I said, you goddamn right they will. Because they know that damn well he ain't playing.
Hey, Snowman.
Yeah.
It's John Boy. It's my squeal gun.
I don't hear one.
Yeah, it's where the mic screws into the 2950. That whole jack in there was loose. I tightened it up, and I don't know how it was making it do it, but it was squealing. It's tight now. Should be good.
Yeah, losing his ground.
Yeah, you're not squealing no more.
They're weird.
All right.
Sounding good, John Boy.
Somebody said, fuck that. In this fucking shit already. You can't negotiate with fucking terrorists, for God's sake.
Well, they told him open it up or I'm gonna bomb the fuck out of you. They decided to kiss his ass.
I'll just close it later. Need to wipe them out.
be weird if he did it on 420.
See, he told him, he said, whole civilization will die tonight if the deal with Iran isn't reached. Them motherfuckers go, oh shit, because they realize he's not playing.
Yeah, he gave him a deadline here the other day.
Yeah, I know. I mean, believe me, I've had plenty of time to sit on my ass and watch news. And I still will for a while, because, man, I'm still recovering. That shit kicked my ass.
Where did you go, Dr. Don? Must have got in a big truck.
They're sending a roto rooter up there to fix that new rocket.
Do what?
I said they're launching a roto rooter truck up there to fix that toilet.
Thank you for trying the Black Cat Systems audio equalizer.
That sucker truck.
Rolling rooter to the rescue.
What the hell? I ain't figure out how to get that shit off her.
What's that?
I turned on that equalizer, it's on this software. It just fucking came on there. Thank you for trying out this, da-da-da-da. It does it every now and then.
Oh, hell. Oh, pops up across your deal.
Now it's got a voice. I thought I was just hearing it on this side the first time I heard it. I got on that stream and it puts it on there too. It's because I ain't paying $20 to use their equalizer.
Hell, I'd take that shit off her then.
Try and get rid of some of that static. It works pretty good.
Oh, that's coming in through your radio?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. My dogs are loving it being outside all day today. It's the first time in 3-4 days they've been able to be out all day. That big male, He stuck his face up in mine, man. His eyes were big. He was just like, Daddy, I'm glad to see you. You want to hear some shit? Friday night, when them storms came through, hell, I drove down to Norman to get her out of here. And I got down to Norman, and I pulled up in a gas station parking lot and parked, and I turned off the headlights, left the running lights. I forgot to turn the fucking headlights back on, drove all the way from fucking Robinson and Sunny Lane back to I-35, all the way up 35 in a rainstorm back to the house. Got in the neighborhood and realized I didn't have my headlights on.
Damn it.
I thought it was just that fucking bad out there. I was like, God damn, man, you can't even see the fucking lines in the road. That's why. And I never missed a stroke. She said that's the most fuckedest thing she ever seen in her life. Shoot, I don't think I'd know anybody could have done that shit during a fucking storm where the fucking rain was blowing horizontal. You hear about that principal of Paul's Valley School tackled a fucking shooter and got shot in the leg? I looked at that dude with old gray head, missing hair on top and shit, probably fucking 70 years old. Tackled a shooter and got shot in the leg doing it.
I don't know, I just seen something earlier about somebody getting helicopter ride to the hospital.
Yeah, he's gonna be alright. But still, old man, fucking 70 fucking years old, gray, ex-football coach and principal at high school, still fucking man enough to run after and tackle a fucking shooter when everybody else is going the other direction. That's a hell of a man right there. That's a man right there. Back in my day, we used to have real men now. They call them men now, but they're not real men. Real man coming on town on horseback, carrying a 45 and spitting a spittoon. That's a cowboy. That's a real man right there.
Hasta la vista, baby. You really think they're going to show America everything they got hidden? Hell no.
Well, I think I'm going to lay down for a while. I'm feeling kind of drained. Just all that fake shit about that rocket TV's world been fucked up a little bit.
Motherfucker made a Nerf gun that shoots CO2 cartridges out.
Do what?
That motherfucker loaded up CO2 cartridges and shot them out. Made it into a gun. It shoots them cartridges.
Oh, yeah. Pop them and shoot right out of a barrel.
Have a damn plastic Nerf gun looking deal.
Yeah, those legs to the barrel and something to poke a hole in the back side of them, man. Things will launch.
How about a radio check?
Yeah, it's working over here.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
No doubt. We're working. Well, it's weird, man. I was setting my oxygen level about 97. I hit a joint a couple times. This shit's up to 99 now. Crazy.
I really did jackass, no ass at all. Come on.
Oh shit. This motherfucker got a damn fucking t-shirt on the back of it. It's got the American flag and Trump, the shadow of him. It says, Iran forgot our president has 34 felonies.
Step up.
You need to get one of them shirts and send it to old Twinkle Toes. I bet he about wore that shirt out already, washing it and wearing it. I ain't washed it yet.
What's going on, Moon? No.
Wait, man, over. Glad to hear you home. When did you get home?
Yesterday, last night.
Good deal. Real glad to hear you back kicking.
Hey, no shit. I'm still kind of weak and wore out, but fuck, I had COVID and pneumonia both. That was a motherfucker, boy. That shit didn't play. But the thing is, I never had a fever. I got cold sweats a few times.
Yeah, my wife had that COVID. She never even got sick. She felt bad, but she never got sick.
Well, I got lung issues anyway, boy, and it kicked my ass.
Shit, I'm still sick.
Man, I can't believe I got this shit. I went there and they said, well, you got pneumonia and you got COVID. I'm like, what?
Oh, you got COVID?
I just can't believe that's still a thing.
Yeah, it's a fucking virus.
Well, I know what it is. They let it loose on the people. But before they did that, they called it the flu.
Yeah, it ain't near as dangerous as they said, but I tell you what, you lucky, Snowman, you walked out of that hospital.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm sure that went through your head there several times there about people going in and never leaving.
Yep.
Hey, I like giving you shit and everything, but I'm glad you're okay.
Oh, we all give each other shit, but thank you. What's weird, I've been sitting here with about a 97 oxygen level today, 96, 97. I hit a joint about 3 times, and this shit's up to a 99 now.
Hell yeah. Well, you know, your body likes that I don't know what to call it other than weed, but, you know, when your body adjusts to that, it craves it. And that's not a bad thing, you know, it's just part of your daily routine.
Medicine.
Exactly right.
That's why it was medicine before the fucking pharmaceuticals banned it in 1937, so they could make money.
Yeah, my dad, he'd have to take 3 or 4 Hennessy's a day. He couldn't even get around, but he'd take 3 or 4 Hennessy's and hell, he'd be feeling fine. But if he didn't take them, he felt like shit all day.
Well, that weed's my muscle relaxer, my fucking pain reliever, and a lot of other shit.
Yeah. Then the Hennessy, you know, aren't that strong. They're just, bringing your blood down.
Right?
But he ended up dying of congested heart failure, so I'm sure that thinning his blood and it made his heart pump a little easier.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're home and doing all right, bud. Just take it easy while there and get yourself all lined out before you get out and try to do any sweating or anything.
Will you pick a fucking lane, you goddamn nigger?
What? What doing out there with that bullshit?
Hey, I take all the lanes I want. It ain't a damn thing you gonna do about it. A nigger pull you over and then stomp a mud hole in your white ass.
Hell yeah. Just think about that one hitter.
I still like that shirt you're talking about, Trump. 34 pictures. Yeah, don't mess with a motherfucker that ain't scared of law. I'd like to have that shirt.
Yeah, I don't know where you... Guess you just have to look around for it. That was just a damn picture of somebody wearing it.
He'll wear that Trump hat just to start shit with people. He loves it. Alright, I'm gonna get back quiet and watch Andy Griffith. Then I'll be back. Maybe old Gary will show up. Give us something to do. Damn it. Them egg belches right there. Boiled egg belches. Soaked in jalapeno juice. Damn it. With beer.
Yellow. Anh sao đỏ này luôn. Dạ, sao đó. Activar, mình sẽ activar.
Thank you for trying the Black Cat Systems audio equalizer.
Hell yeah, watch out, Oklahoma's quiet, they're sleeping. Don't wake them up.
Way too much noise going on out here. Well, I guess this is just a dead Tuesday.
Well, it sounds like it.
Well, I was beginning to think nobody was going to key up.
Wasn't going to, and I said, what the heck, I'll say hi to 13.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm just over here letting things cool down and it's getting ready to shut everything off.
Yeah, I kind of figured you'd either be shutting down here pretty quick or you wouldn't be on here at all.
Didn't really key up much, just keyed up once down on the bowl, and I came up here and it's dead.
Yeah, 10-4. I've been on here off and on all day.
Well, one of these days I'll get to do that. Figure, let's see, another 5 years maybe.
What's that, before you retire?
Yeah.
And I had to after everything I was going through at the time.
No, sometimes you just, you know, I should say I'm going to try to make it another 5 or 6 years. I want to make it to 68 and get the full benefit of Social Security.
Heck yeah. I was just dealing with a lot of stuff. I just lost my dad, and he was about the last person I grew up with. And I was still dealing with my heart and everything else. And the doctors made me quit driving, so I've been working in the office at the record company I was working for, and I said, heck with it. I can't deal with both. I can't deal with the stress of my dad passing away and dealing with work too.
I know you're right. Well, mine was kind of opposite. I shouldn't say that. But we were all glad when Dad passed. But Mom, now that's a different story.
Yeah, it's like that for me for both. But my mom passed in April of 18, and then Dad passed away July of 22.
Well, I heard that. No, my dad was he was good up until the Parkinson's started eating at his brain, and then he became a pain in the ass, so it is what it is.
Yeah, my dad was strokes.
Your dad was what?
Having strokes.
No, that was my mom.
My mom was renal failure.
She was what?
Renal failure, or whatever they call it.
Renal failure?
Yeah, whatever that is. I know she was an ice cube. I don't know how many days before she went.
Yep. So, no, well, I should say both my parents waited until I got there before they passed. So, I was blessed in that aspect.
Yeah, I was standing next to my mom when she went, but my dad was in a nursing home when he went.
Well, we put both my parents in, so we put my dad in first, and he was throwing a fit because Mom wasn't there, and we didn't really want her to go there, but, you know, who am I, other than a son, to say, no, you can't be with your wife, so she moved in with him.
Yeah. That's about the way it was with my grandfather. My mom's dad, he had pretty much dementia and Alzheimer's. And the last day I seen him before he passed, he asked me, where's your grandma at? And I go, she's in heaven waiting for you.
Yep, my mom was like that. Of course, we had fun with it, you know. She'd been like that for 10 or 12 years. When she had her first stroke, it took her short-term memory. She had all long-term. She could remember, you know, everything from long-term, but the short-term, yeah, we had fun with that.
Yeah, I think my dad was starting the Alzheimer's and dementia and all that.
I heard that. Yeah. Of course, my dad, you know, he died in the home. And, about 6 months later, I talked to my mom. I asked her how she's doing, and she goes, did you know your dad died? Yeah, Mom, I know. I was there, remember? Well, yeah, I guess. But did you know that he got out and he died in the parking lot?
Wow.
They wouldn't let him back in, and he died out in the parking lot. I said, okay, Mom. And then, you know, another one was he got in the closet, and he died in the closet. So we always had fun with Mom.
That sounds like it. Yeah, my mom was on that morphine and everything else, and she was sitting there looking out the window and goes, oh, look at that kitty cat over there on top of that house across the street.
Yeah, well, Mom was doing good, and then she's like her grandmother, or my great-grandmother, and she just gave up. You know, it was just her, and the family there in Indiana would come up and see her, but, you know, she was done, so she pretty much willed herself out.
That was my aunt, my second mother.
Yep, so we just, you know, we knew it was coming, and when they finally called and said, yep, you need to get here, so me and my brother loaded up and went out there, and, you know, we were with her, well, me and my sister lives out there, too, was with her, and, you know, it was good.
Yeah, brings back a lot of memories.
Oh, yeah. So, you know, it sucks, but it's part of life.
Yep.
You just hope they go quick. So, with my dad, it wasn't quick, and it was, you know, it was not interfering, that's the wrong word. It was hard on the family because of the things he had to go through before he finally passed.
Yep, I understand that. Same with my mom.
So, and my brother-in-law is going through the same thing, but his mother was dementia, so it wasn't the good dementia either. It was the hostile, vile style, and yeah, it was hard on him.
Well, that really sounds like my aunt's roommate.
Yep, everybody's different. I mean, my mom, she's the same way as she was all through her life. Just, you know, she's a carbon, or I'm a carbon copy of her. It just, oh, no ill will, and, you know, and that's the way she went.
Is she short with no hair, too?
Do what?
I said, is she short with no hair?
Actually, she was short. She was a redhead, so I did see her temper once.
Alright, well, you said you were a carbon copy.
Well, I was. Man, she got so mad at my dad one night at dinner, and we had spaghetti and meat sauce. I'd never seen spaghetti fly across the kitchen before. That's the one and only time I ever seen them get into it. Still had a mean streak, though. I think I was, 48, 49. And I was picking on my brother, and she told me to stop. I wouldn't stop picking on my brother, so she spanked me.
Heck of a deal.
It was funny because she went to spank me like I was 6 years old. And she's like, oh, damn, I think I just broke my hand.
Yeah.
My brother is 15 years younger than I am, so. He was the oops child.
Oh, that's my youngest. Went to the doctor and said, she's what?
Yeah. So, I mean, I already told you we weren't planning on having kids, and the wife called and said, you sitting down?
I'm 61 now, and I got a 15-year-old.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about the other day. You got me beat.
Yeah, the middle one in there is asleep right now, waiting. Probably getting up within the next hour, probably. Yeah, he's 21.
Yep. Because, I'm 62, and we had him when I was 43, so And the wife was 40.
Yeah.
And he turns 21 in July.
Yeah, and then my oldest was, like I said, 31.
So you started way earlier than I did.
Yeah, we started in 95 on having kids. Or had our first kid in 95.
Well, Wendy got pregnant in, let's see here, gotta think of my years here, 1987 or 86. So, whatever that equates to, but she lost it.
Right. Yeah. Well, we didn't even get married till 95. Or, I'm sorry, 90. And we're only separated right now as it is.
I heard that. Well, we've been married since 90, but we dated 5 years before that.
Yeah, we dated a little while, and then tied the knot. But yeah, we separated June of 21.
Well, sorry to hear that.
Most of it was just her mouth. She wasn't yours.
I heard that. Well, the only time we've been separated is when I was on deployment, so.
All right.
Now she's like, can you go on deployment?
So she's wanting you to go out on deployment?
Yeah, that's her joke. Can you go on deployment?
Yeah, that way she can get that insurance money.
Well, I retired in 09, so it took an adjustment. Not for me, but for her.
Yeah, right. I believe that part.
That's what happens when you marry a very independent person.
Oh, my wife was the oldest of, let me see, is it 4 or 5 kids? And a really strict, hard dad.
Mine was the opposite. This is her and her sister, raised by her mom and her grandmother.
Yeah.
So it was the you don't need a man story.
What's really funny is my youngest son looks just like her dad.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Short and skinny.
Well, I feel sorry for Skippy because he's a carbon copy of me.
That's what I think my oldest son's second boy looks like.
I'm hoping he's blessed with the good hair, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for with my kids, too, because their mama's got real thick hair. Not me.
Yep, mine Mine was wavy hair, and I started losing it when I was probably 30, 32, somewhere in there. His is straight as can be, like Wendy's and thick, so.
Yeah, I have. It was the opposite way for my mom and dad. Both of them thin-headed. Mom started wearing a wig out of high school.
Dang it. So, of course, you know, growing up in the 70s and, you know, you had the feather style hair back then. I didn't fit in because mine was too wavy.
Yeah.
But Skippy would have fit in. We call him the man whore. So he dated the same girl for 3 years and they broke up. So he turned into a man whore. I don't know what it is. Ever since 3rd grade, girls just flock all over him.
Yeah, I know some guys like that too that I was friends with. In fact, my ex is an ex-girlfriend to one of my best friends.
Well, there you go. Yeah, through all the way up from 7th grade to sophomore year, he went through all the cheerleaders. So they all got to know who Carl was and, you know, how the word gets around.
There you go.
How we went where we go to eat every weekend, our waitress, we found out she's going to Mustang High School. And we're like, oh, you do? She's a senior. And Carl's been, you know, he graduated 2 years ago. And we're like, do you know who this is? And she goes, oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
I mean, we're talking a class of, they had a class of 900, their senior class. And I'm like, how do you know? How? How do they know him?
Yeah, really.
Well, how do you say it? He was the quarterback. I know that's how they knew him, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, uh-huh.
She's like, yeah, when we were younger, we used to hang out at the event center or whatever it's called here in Mustang. I'm like, I actually remember her when she was that small.
Yeah, actually my boys never was a girl chaser whatsoever.
Well, that was the downfall of Skippy. He got into girls and, yeah, he pretty much shut down on football. So, everybody wanted him because of his athleticism and his speed and, you know, his arm, and as he got older, girls became more important.
Yeah.
And if you don't do the grades, they don't, yeah. But it is what it is. Someday he'll grow up. Anyway, I finished my dinner and it's 8 o'clock and it's time for me to turn into a pumpkin.
Alright there, 13. Well, you have a good night, and we'll talk to you tomorrow or something.